Okay, hello. Hello to what appears to be a few people. I'm seeing no activity in chat, so I don't actually know if this is working. Anyone? Bueller? There we go. Thank you, Emu. Alright. It wasn't showing me a preview for a little while, so I wasn't entirely sure if this was actually working. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back to Dyson Sphere program.
Flight mode.
We have lots of artificial stars going now. Not the maximum number, but our grid load is just fine. Our sphere is slowly coming together. And at the moment we are going through and solving some bottlenecks. Hey, Pangoo. Good to see ya. Ah, no, 1. Thank you.
Flight mode.
So, our primary problem at the moment is graphene, and more specifically its hydrogen byproduct, because that is not being consumed anywhere near quickly enough, as is tradition. Oop. Cool. Speaking of fractionators, I need to see if this deuterium is actually being consumed, which it seems like it is. And this is with 2 fractionator blocks. I can't find the other one offhand, but I know I have 2 up. So I think I might need to make a 3rd one. Slash, there's the other one. Yeah, we are clogged on hydrogen and in bad need of more deuterium, so I think another fractionator block is the first thing to do. We can put that there. Or right next to me, who cares? Hey, Royal. Oh, let's see. Where did I dump fractionators? That looks like fractionators. I also discovered that it is 1000% not necessary to have an entire build dedicated to making... Where are they? Here they are. Plasma exciters. I could have sworn that this was used in science somewhere, but it is not. This is really just an intermediate for a few buildings. And that's it. Prisms are used in photon combiners, which are then used in solar sails. So we need those at some point, but the plasma exciters themselves, not so much. Okay, where's a spare spot for another fractionator block? I know there is one. I just saw it. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. Fractionation gets put 1, 2, 3 over 1. There we go. What do you mean collide with other object? Oh, this is still the old one. Okay, delete that. Let's see. Where's one of the ones we're actually using that apparently I haven't blueprinted yet?
Mineral depleted.
Incredible how every stream you find something that doesn't work at all. I mean, technically that's working fine. Actually... IUM. Save blueprint. Great. Also use now. One, two, three. Oh, that is the... Really? Okay, something's wrong here. I know for a fact we ran into this problem with fractionators. Yeah, and that I spaced these apart to solve that problem. Remove blueprint. Okay. Apparently what I did was I fixed this for... an additional block and then did not go and change the first block. So let's use this. Old man yells at floating points. That's what it feels like, both parts. Let's see. There we go. -1, -2. There we go. Now you're okay. You need power. Okay, there you go. Now you have power. Off to get hydrogen from, I hope, graphene. Low amount that doesn't work. I mean, yeah. But there's always something.
Mineral depleted.
Coal on this planet. Okay. And already we have more deuterium starting to come in. Lovely. Might as well slap some of those down. Okay. That's going. That is consuming a bunch of hydrogen. Probably not enough to really kickstart these graphene blocks again. Well, there's some. Clearly drawing from the right place, which is good. Okay. Good news, I'm uninstalling my KSP mods again to install new ones. I hope that goes well for you. Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay, the other thing that I have on my list here. Okay. How many fractionators did that leave me with? I think 0. That would be very, very handy if true. Ah, no. Okay, how do I keep ending up with old sorters in my inventory? I didn't think I was downgrading or tearing down that much. There was the fractionator, spray coater, you. Is that a Mark II? That's a Mark III. Let's see. What time is it for me currently? It is 5:10 p.m. I meant to start earlier, and then I took a 3-hour nap that turned into a 6-hour nap. Okay, let's see. I assume still no antimatter in here, correct. How are we doing? Okay, good. Plenty of requested power. Which means this should still be building out, no problem. You're short on sales for some reason. Okay, what was I gonna do? I was... going to come up here. Not sure if 6 hours can still be called a nap. Okay. My sleep schedule has been all sorts of messed up lately, and what I was planning on doing was trying to just stay awake through the day today. And, when it was clear that that was not going to work out, I decided to give myself a short nap, and then that did not work out either. Okay. I have plans for integrating this into the actual mall, but for now... I want to set up some mini fusion power. Where'd my boxes go? There they are. Because last I checked, Pluto is still having issues. Good. Oh, come on. Do I really have to put them, like, right next to each other? And while I could solve that with... Hey, a fire. Okay, you need titanium alloy super mag rings. open nanotubes and processors. And then you get filtered to mini fusion. I don't have any bots on me. Okay. Let's... What do we not need to carry around with us? We don't need to carry substations around with us. Not really. Not unless we're explicitly building a mall. So how about you feed me at least 100 mini fusion plants? Hello, water people. See, I used to be able to pull that off very reliably, Pangoo, and, not so much after, well, not too long after college, honestly. My body just rejects that now. Every once in a while I trick myself into thinking I can do it, but
Flight mode.
reality does tend to assert itself. Okay. Okay, first off, you can take that. Let's see. We're not pissing off a hive anytime soon. So you can take my spare Space Fleet stuff. Right, I was trying to drop off substations. There they are. Why do I have a single Tier 1 assembler? That is a lot of Corvettes. I have done a bit of reading into what it actually takes to take down a hive, and ships of both types in the many, many hundreds. Might be the one I destroyed a while ago, I guess. But yeah, the answer appears to be spam vehicles, and hope it works out. Okay, what are we up to here? I just saw that. 29. Okay, those are being made at a respectable clip. I actually have some nanotubes. Oh, why is my mom texting me? Oh dear, tech support. Oh dear. I just clicked on Facebook Messenger, and now I have what appears to be a full screen virus. Old people and their computers. I am hoping that that is a... I am hoping that that is just a full screen takeover thing, which thankfully she hasn't called the number it's reading out to her. I am hoping that will go away with a restart. If not, she might have been crypto locked somehow. I don't know how. I have an ad block installed on her browser. Oh, we will see what she says. While we're waiting for that, I am... tempted to rip out this fractionation block and replace it with a more sparse one, just so I'm not using anything anywhere that's, how shall we say, collisionally compromised. No, fool's errand. We'll leave it for now. Maybe come back to that when, Okay, where be my plasma exciters? Let's turn all of this all the way off.
Flight mode.
I hope they're okay too, Fire. I do not really want to have to travel out there to, fix whatever it is that's happening. Let's see. What do I do about this block? I don't need it. But I do need some of the things it makes. And I don't think I have its component prisms as one of the ingredients that I'm requesting. Let's see, where would those be? Processor. Okay. I'm requesting exciters. Of course I am. Okay, so I can replace that with prisms and make exciters locally. That would work. Actually, why don't we turn this to... Why don't we leave that as is for now? Just so we don't make any more of these things. Where'd it go? It's around here somewhere. There they are. Okay. Okay, if we take all of these magnetic coils and dump them into our mall, and then do the same for prisms, I guess. Except we have nowhere to put those right now. Okay, for the time being, those get dumped into a couple of boxes. Which way is the fastest to get to these things? Actionator, nanotubes, there. Okay, I pushed the power button and it disappeared. When I pushed it back on... Oh dear. Okay. I pushed the power button and that disappeared. When I pushed it back on, the picture I usually see came up, but when I click on that to sign in, the bad screen comes up with the audio I sent you. I'm gonna have to travel out there to fix this, aren't I? Let's see. Okay, I'm hoping I can come out to fix that tomorrow as opposed to this weekend.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. In the meantime, let's just dump a bunch of this proliferator somewhere else. Doesn't really matter where, it will all get used eventually. Let's see. Where do I want to put all this green science? What are we actually getting from out of system? Titanium alloy. There, organic crystals. You'll use those warpers. And I lost it again. Where did this go? There we are. Okay, we have no more inputs. I can take these outputs, dump them there. And then wherever I'm requesting... There. Change this to provider before I do anything stupid. Okay. And same to you. Clear that filter. Take those out. Change this to prisms. Which we will, for now, fill from what we already have. Let's see. There's some more. There's 9 more. Never mind. Okay, I don't want to deal with you or you. I probably... No, you're not worth dealing with either. Stupid dark fog drops. Okay. You get prisms. You get filtered 2 prisms. You get turned into a receiver. Okay, and then for the time being... we will just put plasma exciters into a box. And then when we go to actually switch over a couple of assemblers to... away from missiles and to other things, we will be sure to switch one of them to plasma exciters so they have somewhere to go out. Okay. How are we doing on... Okay, good. We have plenty of mini fusion plants. Those can go back. Honestly, I don't really need a logistics slot for these things. It was handy when I was building a mall, but that's about it. Okay. That doesn't answer my question, Mom. Okay. Let's see. Next up, I want to go to Outer Planet.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
And we are going to solve the power issues on this planet and the rate of deuterium consumption in one fell swoop by setting this up to consume a whole bunch of deuteron fuel rods in mini fusion plants.
Cruise ended.
Thank you. Yeah, see this? This is no bueno. Thankfully...
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Yeah, we are getting in a ton of deuterium, which is great.
Flight mode.
But now we need to get some of that back out. Make sure I have space to do this. Oh yeah, plenty of space. That's the meridian.
Flight mode.
Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, we could totally have fit one more silo in here. I guess we didn't have one. Well, no, I guess we're trying to limit it to that boundary. That's okay. Now, let's see here. These are... Okay, we can stick these every 8. Yeah, that's about as much vertical space as we have, which is fine. We can even push that back one if we need to. Okay, if we keep this going... Ah. Okay, I'd like for it to go no further than that, so that's actually a pretty good... How many is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. Alright. Great, we are calling that good enough. Oh, let's see. I do want to... shift this over one this way. Yeah, that's okay if it pokes out a bit in that direction. That's apparently still close enough to...
depleted.
Send that to there for the time being. Okay. Let's see. I think I've only ever placed 10 mini fusion reactors in my entire time with PSP. Yeah, I wasn't going to place any. I just need something that burns hydrogen or a hydrogen product. And this was a better idea than, oh, of course that's going to complain about no power to... No, it's not complaining about no power. It's just low power. That's fine. We know that's a problem. But yeah, I wasn't going to place any of these, but I just need something that consumes hydrogen or a hydrogen product. And this was having power problems. And yeah, killing two birds with one stone. What did I miss? Why are we killing birds? We are only killing metaphorical birds. Is this really off, or is this just... Sadly, we can't yeet the hydrogen into the sun. I completely agree. You should be able to just launch things into the sun as a way to avoid it.
Mineral depleted.
Just not automatically? Explain. Ah. Okay, then to make this symmetrical, I have to redo all of this. If you drop items in space, they fall into the sun. Place those sorters.
Flight mode.
Hurry over. Okay.
Flight mode.
Now, we filter this and this. Thank you. To fuel rods out. That should wipe out most of the power problem, at the expense of not being able to launch carrier rockets for a while. But the fact that we have more power means we will be making more fuel rods, which hopefully
Flight mode.
should all solve itself. Oh, apparently there's an achievement for that. Cool. Okay, okay, no, those are Mark III. Don't have any proliferators on me. They're not going very fast. Okay, where are you pointing? Okay, apparently there's 2 power poles down, 3.5 light years away. Okay, yeah, we're making enough that this is getting backed up. That's excellent. Now, this does tell me... Let's see, we only have 40 left. Let's see. Do I build out more Deuteron fuel rod capacity?
Flight mode.
What is our carrier rocket limitation? Fuel rods. And to a lesser extent, frame components. Which is frame material, which is presumably carbon nanotubes. Oh yeah, that's definitely carbon nanotubes. That's the problem there. Be gone, hydrogen. I sure hope so. Let's see, we have plenty of solar sails. Yeah, the speed at which we are sending these out. Let's see. That there. And stick this, like, I don't know, here. Sure. It's not perfect coverage, but it'll work. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Yes, I know you don't want to have to depend on me for this, but I am happy to do it. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, we are... sending my full support as a random person on the internet. Much appreciated. Okay. I think... Interesting.
Mineral depleted.
Oh no, not a stone vein. Whatever will I do? Why does this still exist? Whatever, I don't have room to deal with it, and it's not hurting anything. I can at least delete that. I thought you needed the stones to kill the birds. We have plenty of stones. Okay, we're just gonna leave whatever this is for now.
Flight mode.
Okay, we have solar sails, we have
Mineral
some carrier
depleted.
rockets. We are making enough fuel rods to offset our... Yeah, we are making
Mineral
enough fuel rods
depleted.
now that we have power here. Plenty of deuterium in transit. Okay. You actually got some frame material in, that's neat. Okay, back home to drop some of this stuff off. Because I do not need or want this much random stone, brick, and glass in my inventory.
Cruise mode.
Really just doing that to fix those power issues. Ah, so pretty.
Cruise
Whack.
ended.
And of course I landed
Flight
right in the middle of something I can't get out of. Ah, okay. I have plenty of wind turbines, don't give me this crap.
Flight
Okay.
mode.
Mall is down this way. You take a bunch of glass. You take a bunch of stone brick. Thank you for my inventory space back.
Mineral depleted.
Let's see. And that gets me to another 100 mini fusions. Let me ditch these 20 tier 1 belts. Okay. Let's see. Do I go back there? Oh, you know what I haven't done yet? I cut
Mineral
off
depleted.
plasma exciter production. But I haven't actually torn down that block yet. So many plasma exciters.
Flight mode.
Okay, do I leave this as a 3-in-1 out for assembler production and make something else here? What do we need more of that's being made in assemblers? Probably plane filters. Let's see, we're fine on Casimir crystals. We're actually fine on plane filters, although we're not doing any research at the moment. I assume we're fine on titanium crystals. Yeah, frame material, but that's fundamentally a carbon nanotube input problem. Fine on broadband, we're fine on grav lenses again for now. Maybe we make another proliferator block? Do I do that here, or... Okay, let me back up. One of these systems, I think this one, has this planet with a sulfuric acid ocean, which we are currently using for titanium alloy. It also has these two satellites, one of which we're already using for organic crystal, that both have a crap ton of coal. So, one can use this system to make backup graphene production using the normal recipe, which is graphite plus sulfuric acid. And that may be more dependable than just... Well... Okay, now that we're using deuterium for power production over there, we're actually doing okay on... Fire ice, but how are we here is the question. Ooh, we're actually okay. So possibly what we should make is more carbon nanotube production. Let me think here. We're making it as fast as it can be consumed, but that's not what I actually want to see. What I want to see is... graphene hydrogen out, graphene hydrogen out. Okay, we're actually consuming our hydrogen right now. Okay. Nanotubes in. Yeah, okay. Alright. I guess what we do for the time being, and watch as my frame rate dips to 20.
Flight mode.
Yeah, I guess what we do for the time being is rip this out and replace it with a nanotube block. Yes, dismantle. Thank you. See, that is going to be the Chemprod blueprint, which gets placed 1, 2, 3. What are you complaining about? A puddle. A puddle is what you are complaining about. Let's see. Where were we making nanotubes? Graphene, titanium, proliferator, gravity matrix. Ah, no. Receiver, 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 receiver. Let's see. And then we set you to be carbon nanotubes. You are a provider of said nanotubes.
Flight mode.
Okay. Good. You're now making more nanotubes. We are still totally fine on power. See, you are also making nanotubes, which is nice. We have that next door to each other. You're making graphene. What does this imply for our graphene stores? They are maybe dwindling. Oh. Do we lay down another graphene prod block at the risk of clogging ourselves on hydrogen? I guess technically we can't clog ourselves on hydrogen. We're clearly consuming all the hydrogen we're making. Worst case, it'll be a wash.
Flight mode.
Let's see. Where would be a good place to dump this? Probably here. Well, there's that. There's also... Okay, there is a... There is a separate problem we're not facing right this second, but that we will be facing. So many artificial suns. You love to see it. We're not facing right this second, but we will be facing the moment we actually have a surplus of antimatter and start to do some white science research, which is that our green science production is the slowest of the 5 colored sciences. And we always need a surplus of that for warpers. So technically, I should have at least one more green science block here. And realistically, I'll want green science production basically in every system that that we're building a Dyson sphere in. It's fine. It's fine for now. I should leave it alone. Let's see. Note to self. Okay. We're going to assume we're okay on graphene production for the moment. Kinda running at the bare edge there, but we'll just keep an eye on it. The thing I need to do maybe a bit more urgently. Not really urgently, but I should do this. Is make gravity missiles and import them. Let's see, that takes strange matter. That I know we're behind on. Crystal explosive units, which are made in chemical plants. Interesting. And explosive units, which are also made in chemical plants. Fascinating. Okay. That takes previous missile set, plus explosive units, plus thrusters, processors, regular missiles, which take combustible units, which take coal. This is a annoying chain of products. Okay, tell you what. In order to not have to deal with that right this second, wow, we're actually backed up on strange matter. That's wild. Hello, Andrew. Good evening to you. Yeah, okay, I need to lay down more graphene prod. Let's do that up here.
Flight mode.
Just so we don't have to copy-paste any more recipes. Well, thank you for the Prime sub, Andrew. I appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Okay. Got that. That is lined up properly. Okay. In the moment we have warpers, we will be off to get fire ice. And I should definitely build more proliferation. But we need more nanotubes for that, which means more graphene, which is what we're doing. Interesting. Copy-paste didn't retain names. Ah, no.
Flight mode.
Okay. We have a bunch of fire ice in transit, which is good. We are getting restocked on chemical plants, which is good. Oh, and there's a bunch of fire ice. And that deuterium consumption must really be rolling. Seeing it all get chewed up like that is incredible.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Copper vein on home 1, because of course. Okay, I think I am going to... Let's see, where's my oil block? Up here. What are we doing on oil? We are fine. We're actually backed up, which is great. It means the proliferation of regular refining is actually working as intended. Tons of refined oil for the plastic. Okay. Yeah, that in mind. I'm covering up that crude oil seep to free up this for building something. You are... yeah, we need more proliferation, which means more carbon nanotubes from that graphene. should just have a blueprint that works for this. Interesting, that blueprint did not retain no. Yeah, I do not need this many warpers, you can just take that. You get in a bunch of coal. You should get in a bunch of diamond, but maybe we're running out of that. I thought I just boosted that. You are backed up on graphene of all things. Amazing. Okay. That will eventually... Yeah, we have every ability to go get more diamond, and we're just not getting any. Which tells me... Yeah, we are running low on kimberlite. Okay. Let's see here. I want to stay in this system until the hive launches an attack, but... Titanium alloy, right, and this is where we were going to make backup graphene production as well. Was it here? No. Kimberlite, it was you. Oh, no, wait. I haven't set that up
Mineral
yet.
depleted.
I've been getting it all from here. And 7 million. There should be enough here to keep us supplied with all the diamonds we need. And yet, for some reason... there are not enough diamonds. Okay. What else can we do while we're waiting for that? Oh, let's see. Assuming... Ooh, actually making some antimatter. It's lovely. Let's see here. What looks horribly low? Frame material looks lower than I'd like, although that's almost certainly a carbon nanotube problem. Oh yeah, definitely a carbon nanotube problem. Let's see. Name you. Okay. I think I laid down another carbon nanotube block. I think that is what needs to happen. Once I rename these stations. This is carrier rockets in, I think. Yeah, and this is sphere components in. Is Deuteron fuel rods in. Okay. Let's see, where can we drop carbon nanotubes? Always here. Under Casimir crystals. Why don't we do that?
Flight mode.
Casimir crystals? Photon combiners. Right, cleared this out. Now we go find some nanotube production to copy. So now applied with wind turbines. Okay. Like we need these anyway. One, two, three. There we are. Take some numbers. And then we may be low on titanium ingots.
you. Let's see, are we low on titanium ingots, or were yeah, you were just taking a while to get them. Let's see.
Flight mode.
Okay, that's all on the way. That's good. You're now being resupplied with chem plants. Glad to see we're making those at a respectable pace now. Let's see. I want to dump some of this nonsense I don't need somewhere. That proliferator is working. Let's see, one of your prisms. Take that. One of you are mag coils. Here. You can take that. Alright. Okay, titanium ingots in. We now be making more nanotubes, which are immediately getting consumed. Which, I mean, it's good. That's what we want to see. Oh, we are so close to full production capacity on these artificial stars. I have no idea what these bots are resupplying me with, but I'm sure it's important. Okay. Is there anywhere spare? There's this up here. I have ray receivers on me. I have particle colliders on me. What to do. Okay, I am debating building an all-in-one ray receiver to particle collider block. Get graviton lenses in, push antimatter and hydrogen out. The benefit to that would be that I can use my existing block system instead of having to make an entirely new ray receiver blueprint. For planets that are sphere carriers. I am also leaning away an all-in-one ray receiver to antimatter blueprint. So an ILS, something that looks like these blocks, but gets in graviton lenses and proliferator from one side, shoves them into some ray receivers, shoves the critical photons from those ray receivers directly into some particle colliders. And then the output ILS is antimatter and hydrogen. It sounds useful, and it's certainly more convenient than trying to entirely maximize surface area of a planet with ray receivers. Realistically, I think with proliferated graviton lenses, given that each ray receiver is going to be trying to take in, 480 megawatts, I don't think we'll, I don't think that, number of ray receivers on a surface is going to be the bounding factor. Yeah, let's try drafting that out. Let's see. Where was my spare space? Right
Flight
up
mode.
this alley. Good night, Pentgo. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you get some good rest. Okay. Okay, there's some clear area to work with. Is that right? That was not right.
Dark fog cluster is launching an assault.
Oh no.
Mineral depleted.
20 vessels coming. Presumably my space fleet will dispose of them. Assuming they're coming here, of course. Okay. Closest we can fit you is there. We want to be making these in a 5-to-3 ratio. 5-to-2 ratio. And that is basically as close as that can get. And that takes up like half the space instead of 2/3 of the space, which is what I wanted to see. Oh, I see moving shadows. Apparently there's a space battle or something. Well, there was. Gone now. Give me just a second. I need another drink. Alright, nice can opening sound incoming. Ooh. Something else I haven't seen is... Yeah, I have enough room for belts. Okay. What if I wanted to split this into... Of course I can't. Okay. Okay, the trouble is, if I've done my math right, photon ray receivers taking in proliferated grav lenses draw 480 megawatts. And it takes 1200 megajoules to make a critical photon. Meaning these put out a photon every 2.5 seconds. Or every half a second for a row of 5. Need 2 particle colliders per row of 5. Yeah, it's a 5-to-2 ratio. And this time I actually do kind of care about that ratio. Thank you. Okay, just to stay ahead of myself here. Want these neighboring wind turbines gone. Okay. If I turn this up to 7 and 3, fast, the colliders would still be a little bit under...
Mineral depleted.
except I can't even do 3 here. I can do 7 and 2. Or I can do 6 and 3. This is not playing nice. I suppose one other thing I could do... Fine. How many particle colliders can I fit in a row? 7. 7, if strange matter is anything to go by. Okay. So 21 per block. That way, which means I can get 42 from 2 blocks times 2.5 is 84, 105.
Mineral depleted.
Which is not divisible by 9. Closest I can get to that is like 99. These ratios are just not playing nice with this space. Okay. Okay, let me think. What do I need to get in from one side? Graviton lenses. Proliferator and, I guess, warpers. could do... I could move the critical photons back in. Delete the other ILS, move the critical photons back in, and just have a 10 by 3 ray receiver block. Even try something real quick here. Technically, there's room to make that work. Seven. Nope. It's 33, 34, 35. Which has the disadvantage of needing to push these critical photons back into this ILS and then move them to another one that's, Oh. But this does give us the advantage. Let's see, what does this let us do? Actually, I think I need to shift all these down one more tile, don't I? My belts. No, that should work. Provided we have a splitter on either side, I think. Okay. 35 is a nice number. Let me do back of the napkin math here. Oh, and that does mean that does actually give us a decent ratio with a second block of particle colliders. We can take 3 blocks of this for 105. 40% of that is 42, so 3 blocks of this plus 2 blocks of particle colliders gives us our perfect ratio. Even though that does mean we'd have to move critical photons between this and a particle collider block. But it does work. Okay. Let's see. I need to shuffle these down just a bit. On the scale of megabases, any infrastructure costs are 0. This is true. You are aligned right now, but what I actually need... Let's see. We get... Oh yeah, don't we need a splitter next to every one of these? We could do belt-to-belt sorter, I guess. We might have to. Because I do not think... My splitters. Oh, it technically fits. Watch it not fit the moment I move it towards the tropics. Okay. Oh, it's not even like shipping costs that I'm worried about. It is just I wanted this to all be in one blueprint, and instead I have to worry about keeping 2 different blueprints in proper ratios. It is entirely a mental burden thing. Okay. Is there enough room to sneak that in? Oh, there just barely is. Okay. We don't need this on the output. It's really just input, I think. Right, output can just join belt to belt. Yeah, okay. Which means we don't need this, this. Throughput of a... Oh, it's... Throughput of a belt-to-belt grabber is more than enough for what we'd be doing. These things only consume a graviton lens at a rate of 0.1 per minute. It's not throughput I'm worried about. Oh yeah, and I also need... Oh shoot. I also needed to build in space to proliferate these lenses. And I don't think that is enough space. That is not enough space. That is almost worth thinking about. It is nowhere close to being worth thinking about. Okay, if I shoved everything down to tiles, do we still have... Yeah, we still have room. It's fine. Proliferate the belt where the lenses are being produced. I know I could, but I am using this setup everywhere else where I'm just proliferating the inputs. I'm gonna have to get in proliferators from here to proliferate the green science to make warpers anyway. It, like, there's a certain amount of sense it just makes to do this in one place. Okay. And if we're going to... yeah, and that... Okay, we're gonna have to knock this from 35 down to 30, I think. Also, hello, Wanjo. Don't think I said that. Lenses are a bit of a pain to make, though. Quite slow. Very true. Okay, you know what? I can fix this with some belt shenanigans. not take? Thank you. Okay. Let's first...
Flight mode.
Copy this, bring this up so we know what we're working with here. Really one off or two off? Oh, is that really still a tier 1? That is really still a tier 1. Fine.
Flight mode.
Okay. Oh, and those were Mark 1 sorters
Flight
too. I really...
Flight mode.
really wish... Well, there's not much point complaining about that. I eventually had to find a world just for proliferator production. I was eating a ton of coal and nanotubes. Yeah, I may very well have to do the same. Okay. Right, that's... fine. Okay, now... what happens if we do this? Okay, let's say we send that backwards. Then through here. Okay, 2 down from Tropic. And then into this second row. Where's my splitters? Thank you. Okay, and that goes down this line.
Mineral depleted.
here. Welcome to Linux. Hey, your game isn't closing like you asked it to. Would you like to engage the nuclear option? Okay, 2 above. Okay. And now... for the output belt, we snake one big output belt. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I have done this slightly wrong. It's okay, this is salvageable. What we do...
Flight mode.
Okay. You were where? 2 down
Flight
from the
mode.
tropic line.
Mineral depleted.
Then we put splitters in between that go in from both ends. And then this output belt snaked down the middle. Then we have one input from here and one that snakes around from the other side. That should physically fit. Let's see. Put that right in the middle. Don't need that extra belt segment there. And then... let's see. Use... do the thing. Thank you. Oh wait, nope, that's wrong. This has to be input. And then this final output goes here and in there. doing. Let's see. I actually want that down one more for symmetry's sake. Yes, yes. Okay. And then this output gets snaked back around. And in there. Okay. Is this the cleanest pattern I've ever made? Not quite. Oh, you know what I can do? I think. No, that would have to cross over. It makes more sense to have two. Oh, does it make sense? Can you copy blueprints from array receivers? I believe so. I think I just did. Yeah, this would work as a single
Mineral depleted.
output line if there was another ILS on this side, which there is not, which is fine.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Out. Out. Ah. Okay. In, next, in, next, in, next, next. Okay. Yeah, that's the goal, Juanjo. Is to get something that is, not just functional, but pretty to look at.
those belts. Okay. So,
Flight mode.
let's review. This gets graviton lenses in. Which comes out this port. This also gets proliferator and green science in. Which come out this port and this port, respectively. Lenses pass through there, get proliferated, just like the green science does for its warpers. Lenses get split
Mineral
off the main
depleted.
line and into their respective ray receiver. Curl around here. Main line continues through bottom two rows of ray receivers, gets split inwards, before finally ending input there. Meanwhile,
Flight mode.
output comes out the other end, joins in on this line for top two rows of ray receivers, gets dumped in there, and output for bottom row of ray receivers curls around back and gets dumped in there. You know what? This is nothing more than a waste of belts for prettiness' sake, but I'm going to curl that output just a bit, just to make it a wee bit more symmetrical. Oh, do I want to extend that one for 2? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 versus 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. What I actually want to do is shorten this belt slightly. There we go. That looks nicer. Okay. And then what comes in slot 2 is critical photons. Okay. Aside from these splitters hiding in various places, this is a fairly symmetrical blueprint. And if there were a way of proliferating that output, I wouldn't need to bother with that curve on the other side, but we do, so... how much do I care about this? 1, 2... right, 1, 2... 6, 7, 8, 9.
line it up with the proliferator belt. That's okay. This belt lines up with that belt instead of that one. That's fine. Okay. Alright. I think the only other thing... Well, there's two things that need done for a blueprint. One is to turn these receivers to photon generation. The other is to turn the input ILS to receiving mode. But I do not actually want to get anything in at the moment. So we are just going to turn this to photon gen. And then make our blueprint. Okay. $35 ray receivers. Now let's name this ray receivers. Okay. Alright, that gets us that. Amazing. We already have a ton of critical photons from that. How about we just shove that into some colliders up there? Ooh, I haven't looked at this in a while. It's coming together. One more component in my ILS. I think it's fine. Warper. Oh, it's... So this is the reason I'm pulling in green science. Rather than shipping warpers around, what I'm doing is shipping green science around. Green science comes out the back, gets turned into warpers, and then pushed back in. The reason for that is that green science has a 1:8 science to warper ratio. So from a warper use perspective, it is actually more efficient to ship green science around and turn it into warpers on site than it is to ship warpers around. No, I am not using any ILS to supply warpers. I am
Flight mode.
supplying green science to places and using that for warpers, like here. I have to get proliferators anyway. I might as well proliferate the green science, turn it into a bunch of warpers, and dump it right back inside.
Flight mode.
So no, that at least was not missing in the blueprint. That I know what I'm doing. How do you keep your vessels with warpers? Only having the assembler... yeah, only having this assembler like that is more than enough to keep the vessels topped off. I mean, the slot is being used by green science rather than warpers. It still takes a slot either way. But from a perspective of using warpers to ship warpers, it is way cheaper to move green science around than it is to move warpers around. So that's what I'm doing. Why does it say there's a crude oil seep under here when there's no foundation covering it? That is weird. Okay, then second blueprint. I have in each ILS warpers, yeah, you need a green science slot or maybe having the drone supplying them somehow. Exactly. You gotta supply it somehow, you might as well push green science around to supply everything, so... Okay, right, second of 2 blueprints. Is a ton of particle colliders, which get in critical photons, push out antimatter and hydrogen, which is 1 in, 2 out. So I can't just reuse the strange matter blueprint and switch recipes, because that was a 3 in, 1 out. Ah, no. Wrong. There we go. Okay. That bar is lined up roughly with the start of the proliferators. Why is that power pole there? That power pole does not need to be there. Whatever. Not my biggest problem. Right, that bar lines up at the end of the proliferators, and then a medium power pole in between each. Okay. So... if we do that... Yeah, I am not a fan of how slow colliders are either. Let's see, right, I need to lay at least 1 down for now. Purely to judge how close this has to be. So, spray coaters before I forget. Okay, that can go back 1. Or do I... Binaries to a dark fog version of both buildings. I am not using dark fog buildings for anything purely because I don't want to farm. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Okay. He's now... Do I have enough room? Barely. But yes. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then an ILS goes on this meridian and down to 3 here. Yeah, so far I have found the default buildings to be fast enough. I haven't even upgraded to plane smelters yet.
Flight mode.
14. Not that it matters. Okay. Here. Oh, you're telling me, Juan. It's, I have all of one block making strange matter at the moment, and it's, I mean, it's backed up now, but that's really just because I'm not researching anything. One output belt. Yeah, I am not really looking forward to reaching exactly that point, Juan. And yes, dark fog research is illegal. Really? That didn't take...
Yeah, I'm okay for now on green turbines, but I suspect that will not last forever. Just a hunch. Okay. Oh, let's see. Now we need one thing of input. And two things of output, which are filtered, one to hydrogen and one to antimatter. Then we need to copy those sorters everywhere. Okay, that's not complaining about disconnection, which is great.
A landing relay station detected.
Where? Titanium alloy. That's okay.
Flight mode.
And then input lines. I love this upgraded mega movement speed. Okay. Antimatter, hydrogen.
Flight mode.
Don't forget blast proliferator. Don't forget to rope it in. Okay, good. Wait, do we even need to proliferate this? Does proliferating photons give you extra antimatter and hydrogen? I don't remember. God, I'm going to look this up real quick. You cannot obtain extra products for splitting photons. Okay. That means we don't need this, or that, or that, or that. Or that power pole. I should just be happy with this and leave it. Can I do that to myself? I think I can. Yeah. One escape rest, please. Critical photons in receiver. You should be receiving none. Filter you all to photons. Okay. Alright, I think this is a block that is ratioed well enough. Recipe set on everything, looks like it. Okay. Okay, and then save that. Okay. I think I can be happy with these two blueprints. Dismantle you. And you. Okay. Let's see. Where does that leave us? Oh, look at that. Every single artificial star lit up. Almost every. Still have a couple missing down here. We are slowly building out 10% sufficient. Or rather, 100% sufficient, 10% load. That's glorious. Oh, that is a far cry from where we have been. Okay. That means we are ever so slowly building up a surplus of antimatter. It means that, oh, beautiful. Look at all these carrier rockets. You'll love to see it. Plenty of carrier rockets, plenty of solar sails. Actually decent power production from the shell. Everything attaching. Nothing getting deleted into the void. Oh yeah, since I haven't seen you around before, Juan, how do you like my, my sphere design? Oh, gosh. Okay. That is progressing.
Flight mode.
That is great. Okay, we're actually chock full of deuterium, which tells me we're not going to be making a whole lot of graphene. Oh, we're getting some hydrogen. But that also means we're... okay. We're full on carbon nanotubes, which is great. Let's see. What might we be short on? How are we doing on proliferator? Actually full on that for the time being. So I guess we're getting enough diamond in. Oh, let's see. What do we need more of? Or are we just good for now? Green science. We could stand to set up more green science, that's for sure. You're still making more proliferator, that's fine. Are you actually full on frame material? You are. Astonishing. Okay. Let's see. I guess we could go to Pluto and try to double our sphere component production. I know what I should do. First off, where's this indicator pointing? It's pointing to diamond system. That's not necessarily what we need. Okay. Let's see. Back up my notes. We did that. Yeah, I know, right? It's actually in decent shape right now. Yeah, the sphere, in quotes. Okay. There are some new things we want to be making. Or rather, okay. We want to build this up much faster. The way to do that is to go back to outermost planet, lay down pretty much exactly the production we have just on the other side of the planet to double it, which will probably require more frame materials and more carbon nanotubes and blah 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 from this planet, which is fine. The other thing I wanted to make somewhere is gravity missiles, and those are a monumental pain
Mineral
to make.
depleted.
Okay, we're making more Casimir crystals for something or other. Okay. Why don't we
Flight mode.
try to double up our sphere production? For that, I am going to need some vertical silos and some ejectors. here are some ejectors. Don't know how many we'll need, so we'll just take that many. Let's see. What else? What else? What else? Vertical silos, wherever those were. Also, I don't need any more of you right now. Nor do I need you. Oh, silos, where are you? There you are. Okay, take a few of those. Everything else we should basically be okay on. Sure, let's just head over and see how this works. It's not like it's hard to come back. Why are you deploying? Yeah, we are nowhere close to the hive.
Mineral depleted.
Oh no, what will I do? I remember being so proud of my first Dyson ring and then it barely satisfied my power demands. Yeah. I get the sense that that is a rite of passage in this game.
Cruise ended.
Okay. I'm apparently making some titanium ingots here. You. Wait, this is upside down. There we go. Okay, deuteron fuel rods going into a ton of fusion plants. Have I put that in my blueprint? I have no blueprint for this, so no. Okay. Sphere components, which we're fine on. Fuel rods, which we are not so fine on. That is apparently the bottleneck on our carrier rockets. And solar sails we're fine on. Okay. So what I'm seeing here is that I want to more than double deuteron fuel rod
Light
production. Are we on power? Oh, come on, I just want to see power. We're fine.
Flight mode.
To the point it's probably not worth keeping these portholes up.
Flight mode.
Alright. This takes up the room of 2 blocks.
Mineral depleted.
Eh. Okay. Need this. Deuteron fuel rods. Where did blueprint and use. That is a chonker. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Flight mode.
Bunch of deuterium in transit. Yeah, everything for this will need to be shipped in. Let's see. How do the economics of fusion power look in the Dyson Sphere era? I don't care, because getting power with deuteron fuel rods like this is a great way to consume hydrogen. Which means I don't have to think about standing up some backup graphene production that is purely to make sure the graphene keeps flowing. Because the advanced recipe produces hydrogen as a byproduct, you need a way to consume that. And I am totally fine with having some of that hydrogen go into power here, especially when we need deuteron fuel rods anyway for making the sphere. Exactly. Might as well recycle it. I mean, you need some way to void it, right? Okay, Prolif in transit. Super mag rings probably in transit once we get enough stuff. Oh, let's see. Do I even need... Yeah, there we go.
Flight mode.
Plenty of all that. Darkfog Planetary Base.
Flight mode.
Something land here that we killed? Guess must have. Yep.
Darkfog base core destroyed.
I mean, might as well. That above the tropic? Not quite. Interesting. Okay, we'll see if that's... I'm not gonna hook this into the power grid for now because I might need that space. Oh wait, this is... Tropic 1. Okay, we are unlikely to need that space, so... Into the power grid it goes.
Flight mode.
I remember not using the fusion power plant at all. Jumps. That's what I was doing until literally this stream. Juan is completely ignoring the mini fusion plant. I am literally only doing this because of the hydrogen byproduct from graphene that needs to go away.
Flight mode.
What benefit does the mini fusion plant have?
Mineral depleted.
As opposed to thermal plants, it's a lot more efficient, but as opposed to, basically the advantage it gives me is that the, advanced graphene recipe produces hydrogen as a byproduct, and that needs to be eaten by something. Ordinarily, that could be eaten by Casimir crystals, which it will be when we're actually ramping science up. But for now, where we're not at the point where we can research a bunch of white science stuff yet, we don't have the spare antimatter as of now.
Mineral depleted.
We still need the graphene to flow, and I don't want to bother with standing up some basic graphene recipe on another system just to have graphene that doesn't spit out hydrogen as a byproduct. So extra hydrogen gets turned into deuterium and consumed here, which solved a power problem we were having on this planet and solved the hydrogen overload problem we were having on home planet. I also have an absolute monstrosity of a block with 500 plus thermal plants as a hydrogen sink. Yeah, that was the alternative, for sure. I strongly considered doing exactly that. Okay. This all gets to go away. Does that.
Flight mode.
And I want this space, so that gets filled in.
Flight mode.
Okay.
Flight mode.
Now that I have theoretically doubled my deuteron fuel rod production, do we have spare coming in here? Still no. Okay, what is the holdup? You're not making any because you're short on deuterium. Okay. Which means I need to go back to home planet and stand up even more fractionation. Oh, trust me, I know, Juan. The fact that I cannot just throw this excess hydrogen into the sun makes me angry. Okay. Okay, you have a bunch of deuterium in transit. Ah, pardon.
Flight mode.
And you have some deuterium in transit, but really... Oh yeah, you know what? Here, you know what? Let me go home so I can show you the oil blueprint.
Cruise mode.
Yeah, some deuterium coming in, but really I need to stand up more fractionation. You're forgetting number 3, Fire, which is the sun is made of hydrogen. Exactly. Andrew has the right idea.
Mineral depleted.
The sun is in fact a deadly laser. Or, sorry, I guess if we're stepping back to memes from a couple decades prior, we can say the sun is a mass of incandescent gas. Yeah, throw hydrogen into the sun to increase its luminosity. Okay. I want to land here-ish.
Cruise ended.
Let them all restock me with a whole bunch of things. Okay, oil blueprint is here. So, you may notice that the oil refining plant is outputting directly into the cracking plant. Thankfully, refining produces refined and hydrogen at exactly the rate that this other refinery can use coal to turn it into more refined oil. So I am not even bothering with the hydrogen product from here. I am just treating this as a unified blueprint with oil and coal inputs simultaneously that spits out pure refined as its only product. Hydrogen is purely just an intermediate that I do not bother with out of here. Because that would be a nightmare to have yet another hydrogen producing system when I already don't want all the hydrogen that I have. Okay, fractionator? No, shield generator.
Mineral depleted.
Fractionator went where? Should probably just Logi request this. Oop, we're getting more belts. Okay. Let's see. I know you're around here somewhere. There you are.
Flight
Yeah,
mode.
Thankfully, I am using the advanced recipe for graphene, which, like, thankfully in a sense, because fire ice is free, but in another sense that produces excess hydrogen that I do not want. Yeah, I'm not using the stalagmite recipe for nanotubes. Yet, anyway. I have not seen enough of it around the star cluster to want to bother with it at my current level of vein utilization. Let me think. I wanted to find a place to slap down another fractionator block. I may... Okay, that's, that works. We can do there. That is this way. Was what for broadband production? You need plastic for that. That may be what you're thinking of. Let's see. Deuterium. We need even more of you. 2, 3. Okay. Really? Did I not pick up enough fractionators for this entire blueprint? Down by 4. Yep, you sure do need 64 for this blueprint. Okay.
Alright,
Light
excuse
bulb.
me while I go get more fractionators. Wherever those were. That's shield gen, that's shield gen? Shield gen. Silo, ray receiver, power poles.
Flight mode.
Let's see. There's fractionators.
Flight mode.
Where did you go? There they are. Alright. Even more deuterium. Yeah, the fractionator does sound like someone left the sink on. I have been so tempted. I'm not going to do
Mineral
this,
depleted.
but now that power isn't a problem anymore, I have been so tempted to just do deuterium to... just do hydrogen to deuterium with particle colliders, rather than fractionators, purely because it eats half of what it takes in. Fractionators are an eventual 1-to-1 ratio, particle colliders are a 2-to-1 ratio. Which sounds worse until you realize you really don't want hydrogen. Once you cross into 1000, I should see you get assigned pretty much immediately. We do. Okay. Is there space for one more? No. Not without burying some coal veins that I don't want to bury. Eventually die, which is fine. Okay, I think it might actually be time to start extending this base into the next tropic up. I did set this up so that 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops.
Flight mode.
Tropical. I love being able to just unceremoniously delete these and expect it to just work. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Ah. Yes, I know about Foundation. If I have done this correctly, I should be able to get 6 of these stations looping around the next tropic up.
At least I had fun when my 500 thermal plant monstrosity saved my planet when my power sank due to the research labs. Just throwing hydrogen there wildly worked somehow. Isn't that amazing when that works out? Okay. You're already getting some deuterium in from these additional fractionators. Soon enough, this will be saturated with hydrogen. Oh, look at that. Even more deuterium. So much deuterium. Past 2 a.m. here. Catch y'all on the VOD tomorrow. See ya, Andrew. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, watch this collapse the moment it hits 1,000. Yup. My fractionators blink somehow. I do set priorities on my... I set priorities on these splitters to take in hydrogen that hasn't been consumed yet. Or to take in hydrogen that came around from a previous loop. We only want hydrogen from the ILS to top it off. That keeps everything nice and saturated. Or at least as saturated as this can get. Why do I have a random thing of deuterium in my inventory? Okay. We are making lots more deuterium. Just one press, thank you. You're launching plenty of carrier rockets. If anything, it's our solar sail production that isn't keeping up. You could use the other tower to refill the belts on that side too. I could, I don't think I need to. This seems to be, plenty saturated. Okay, good. You're getting... Yeah, we might actually be pulling excess hydrogen from orbital collectors at this point. Okay. Next thing I want to do...
Flight mode.
is go back to Pluto over
Cruise
here. You are nowhere near the hive. Hold your horses.
Mineral depleted.
Okay.
Cruise ended.
Thank you. Right where I want to be too. Beautiful. Okay. How are we doing on... Yeah, we are still low on actual fuel rod production. Hopefully the extra deuterium should help. We're doing okay on component prod. We will be doing okay on carrier rocket prod
Mineral
once
depleted.
we can actually get some more deuterium into the system. What I want to build out is more solar sails. And I want to do that on exactly the opposite end of the planet. Because I'm pretty sure carrier rockets can launch from anywhere, whereas ejectors have to be facing the sun. Actually, do we even need to do that on the other side? I suppose it doesn't hurt anything if we just do twice as much, half as often. Let's see. Yeah, rockets can be anywhere. Let's see. I have blueprints for neither of these things, so before we do anything else... let's get blueprints for this. Carrier rockets, and we will mark that with vertical silo. Save. And then you. New blueprint, thank you. Solar sails. You get the building for a rail ejector. Okay, now I need to clean off a bunch of these power poles that we don't need.
Flight mode.
Here, clear to the next meridian. Okay. Okay, neato. Black item, don't give me that. I know I have a ton of these things. It's not too close to... Yeah, no, that's nowhere near close enough to have its output blocked by this ILS, which is good. That's what we want to see. Okay. We have some of everything coming in. Still got here. And here we go, making solar sails already. Okay. Solar sail output is doubled. That should also help to reduce hydrogen demand, since... wait, no. I am thinking of something else. That will actually increase hydrogen supply because we're using graphene and nothing that requires Casimir crystals, which is where I thought that was going.
Flight mode.
That is okay. Let's see. You are still capped by... You're capped by nothing. Could make more frame components. Realistically, our bottleneck is still fuel rods.
Flight mode.
Oh, do we lay down a third deuteron fuel rod producer? I feel like deuterium is still our bottleneck here. I think maybe for now we go home and we don't need any of those.
Flight mode.
Let's see, what else can I get rid of here? You, no. Ugh. Really? Now we have enough room. Okay, do we have enough? Ah, no. No. You there, you there. Okay. That's plenty to drop off at home, and might as well take the space fleet there to deal with dark fog. Oop, this way. Okay, what does this look like? There we go. Alright. Twice the solar sail attachment rate. We love to see it. Okay. And then I need to go here.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
There we are. That's something approaching up. So many vessels moving.
Cruise ended.
I love this scale of the game. When logistics aren't a problem, power's not a problem. You can just kind of do what you want. Iron, steel, magnets, circuit boards. Still have too many. Okay. Let's see. There are some things in here which take magnets. I know there are. Takes pure magnets. We need coils. This is all science, and we're not making blue science here. What are we short on? We're short on diamonds for proliferator. Okay, that's something we gotta go fix. Really? Is nothing using pure magnetic coils anywhere on this planet? I swear there was something.
Mineral depleted.
Okay, I want to try something really stupid. Ah! They thought of that. Items cannot be placed on a remote planet. Which means I have this just clogging up my inventory. Until I actually go there. Yeah, noted. Okay. Okay, let's see. Is that every... No, there's still a few that aren't running. Okay. Which is fine, that tells me there's more headroom to make more antimatter. Okay. Let's see. I need to stay here until this hive launches its assault. Which I would really like to just not have to think about, but... Okay. Do you not have electric motors or green turbines production here? No, I do not. The idea was to make everything that could be made with purely iron or copper on the lava planet. Yeah, but that depot is full. Like, that's what I tried to do first. Oh, you know what? There might be room in the box. Aha, there is room in the box. Okay. No, I don't want to keep any. I just need a place to dump them. But yeah, motors and turbines are all being made off-planet. Plasma exciters I was making here, I had a whole block for them before I realized you absolutely do not need a whole block for an intermediate that is just being made in buildings. So those are shoved into boxes for now. And I have a plan on how to reintegrate production for that into a mall, but that's not a right now problem.
Dark fog cluster is launching an assault.
Oh no, whatever will I do other than sit here? Okay, what do I need to do next? Once this is down. Shore up diamonds. That was the thing. Let's see. Where are you sending your ships? Here? Looks like here. Look at that beautiful stream of sails.
Mineral depleted.
I don't get why they're so upset. They're siphoning enough energy from this, Dyson sphere. They should be happy. Okay. I was getting kimberlite from this system. Specifically you. But I think I may have to branch out. There's a little kimberlite there, but that's not, yeah, that might be going as quick as it can go, at least for now. There's also plenty of kimberlite in this system. Specifically here, which I'd need to go take. Which is fine, I can do that. Yep, I guess they're coming here. Let's see. Yep, and now they're all gone.
Flight mode.
Okay. Ooh, and we even have a few antimatter fuel rods on the belt. That's nice. Okay. Got that. What else do I need for kimberlite? Bunch of smelting, I guess. Yeah, that should be good. I have tried to nuke them, and so far it hasn't gone well, which tells me I need more upgrades, so that has to wait. In one of my planets, the Hive from space sends 300 plus ships per attack. Goodness.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Okay. Let us
Warp engine activated.
warp our way over.
Warp engine deactivated.
Okay. You have some number of bases I'm going to need to watch out for and not
Cruise
land
ending.
near. Okay. Let's see. Really? Why are you too far away from him? There. Okay. Now begins the tedious process of claiming this planet from Dark Fog.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
These things are pushovers. Okay, my geothermals are here. Okay, we need signal tower. We need Bab. Let's see. Next ones are just go straight down.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
You. I do appreciate how the ship just, not the ship, relay station just, wanders off after you place a geothermal plant. so much useless litter.
Dark Fog Spaceport destroyed.
Let's see, geothermal vent here. Okay, 2 more. Keep plowing forward for that one. What just happened?
Dark Fog Spaceport destroyed.
Okay, one right at the pole. Okay, and the last one is where? Clear on the other side.
Flight mode.
Okay. Okay, let's give this a wide berth. Extend this all the way down.
Dark Fog Spaceport destroyed.
Cool. Alright, that is a conquered planet. Now we find where... Okay, there's a whole bunch of kimberlite patches right next to each other.
Flight mode.
There's one. Where's the one that's missing? There we go. Alright. Ooh, and there's some silicon here too. I am learning to never turn down a good chance to get some high purity silicon from somewhere. here. Power pole here, that we can delete. And power pole here. How are we doing on power? We're okay. We have 122 megawatts capacity. That's good. Okay, then we need minimum 1, ideally 2 smelting blocks. 1 to be placed, 1, 2, 3. There. 2 more. That one runs into that miner. So we would have to do something like this to get another one, which is fine. We can do that. Okay, let's see. It says you will need many more smelters. You get in kimberlite ore. I have plenty of vessels, don't give me this crap. 5,000 is fine. You get diamond from kimberlite. There we are. Sure, we'll put down a power pole there. Okay. You have diamonds. Please finish building. Thank you.
Flight mode.
You pull in kimberlites. Nope, I'm seeing some low power flashes. 50% sufficiency now. And here I thought we'd be okay for a while. Granted, this will sort itself out once it gets saturated with diamond, but I'd really prefer to not leave it like this. Ooh, even more kimberlite. Okay. We want to lay down another
Flight mode.
miner. I don't think we need to right now. Let's just slap down a bunch of wind turbines for now and hope this fixes the issue. There's actually a little bit of coal on this planet. How interesting. Probably there in case people accidentally run out of fuel on the way over. Let's see. We are in theory good on power now that we're not smelting as much, but I would really rather have this be totally self-sufficient. Okay, 57% because we're full. Let's see. Signal tower. One to cover our kimberlite. Here. One here. Come on, construction drone. Thank you. And one there. That
should cover our critical infrastructure.
Flight mode.
And hopefully solve our diamond issue. Okay. Oh, hello, kitten. Oh my goodness, what a big cry that was. Probably cannot hear her, but she is here by my feet yelling at me.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Yes, hello, I hear you. Okay. Let us warp home.
Cruise mode.
And then I think when we get there, I am going to call it for this evening.
Warp engine activated.
Yep, home number 3. I'm a filthy boomer with multiple homes.
Warp engine deactivated.
Damn you and your long-term investment plan and Yep, it's all me. It's my fault. Okay, can we, like, land anytime soon? Thank you. Okay. Let's see. How are we doing here? Still a couple of artificial suns not producing. Yeah, still bottlenecked by lack of antimatter, but that is okay. Oh gosh, look at all of these carrier rockets and detaching sails. Oh, what a thing of beauty. Home 2 is a gas giant, which doesn't seem very habitable. Oh. That's what you think. I have all sorts of orbital collectors on them. I could sit there all day. Granted, it's high gravity, but... Oh. Oh, hello, Carissa. I am sorry to be running off at the moment you said something. But I have a certain fuzzy someone. Yeah, you. Who is looking at me expectantly, probably for food. Yes, I am also into exploitation of oil and gas. So many Dyson sphere panels. It's glorious. Glorious, glorious, glorious. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do one other thing before I hang it up real quick. At the moment, that says 100% efficiency because this pole, which is the only place we've put ray receivers, is shrouded in darkness. But I can fix that. We can shove a whole bunch of proliferated gravitational lenses in here. Oh, it'll look cooler once they've all turned on. We've got this wonderful Aurora Borealis thing going. Localized entirely on the pole of my home planet. Okay.
are still saturating. Once we have saturated these entirely with graviton lenses, I will turn it back off. But watch now, requested power 15.7 gigawatts. And that will only go up. Okay. That has been saturated. Dump some of those graviton lenses back in. Now we will be asking for quite a bit of power for our antimatter production for a little while. Alright. And with this beautiful Northern Lights visual, I will leave you for the evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I will maybe not be on tomorrow, depending on what my mom wants to do with this horrible virus she got.
Mineral depleted.
I may have to go to her place and help her take care of that. And then I will probably not be streaming this weekend either, so this may actually be it until, like, Monday. Depends. I will keep you guys posted. Thank you all. Have a good evening. Take care.